Good morning, chat. My name is Penbu, and programming, puzzle gaming, and music making a VTuber on Linux. And today we are celebrating 200 followers on both YouTube and Twitch. Although technically YouTube calls them subscribers, but I can't use that word because Twitch subscribers are something else. It would be nice to have 200 subscribers on Twitch, but we're not there yet. We have 2. It's the 100-fold increase. Anyway, 5-9, welcome in. What prompted this idea? If you're talking about the idea I had right before stream, that's the background music you're hearing right now, and the one that you heard at the intro. 2 hours before stream started, I don't know what happened actually. I was thinking about the Windows welcome music that came up in Windows 90 or Windows XP, the one that showed up in during the setup, and decided to make a legally distinct version for immersion. But I learned today that it was actually made in 1996 by what was his name? Let me look that up. The track is called Velkomen by Stan Lepard. We all thought it was Brian Eno or someone, but yeah, it's a very different vibe. I like it. Yeah, hopefully it's gonna lend a little bit more to the retro feel here. It's taking a little bit of getting used to. it's not Here I Am, but it's the original is a good it's a good track. I like it. Actually, let me go ahead and send the original here. So the original was bundled with the Internet Explorer starter kit, which I think what had Internet Explorer 3. One of these days we're gonna... I have the idea of installing, or rather installing MS-DOS and then upgrading that all the way up to Windows 10. So that'll be a stream at some point. Just gotta... Some people have done it, so it's gotta be doable. Anyway, today we're making Windows Classic themes. For those of you who have never seen this before, it probably means you're a little bit too... it probably means you're too young, but allow me to enlighten you. This was the theme that was used in the Windows 9X days, so Windows 95, 98, and ME. They had kept this all the way up until Windows 7 as an alternate theme, and then they removed it in Windows 8. It's still around if you kill certain services, certain processes, you can still get it to show up. I think even in Windows 11, definitely in Windows 10, but I think even in Windows 11. But you can't access it normally anymore. So why would we want to do this if you can't use it for your actual system? We do have the Windows Classic window generator. Both of these tools by tPenguinLTG. Let me go send a link to... Yeah, maybe not that one. He doesn't really use that one anymore. Twitter.com/tPenguinLTG. I'm going to send you the link to his Twitter instead. He made my normal music. So that may be a reason to check him out. But he also did, what was it? DeviantArts.com tPenguinLTG. He's been doing a lot of these Windows Classic things. He's very knowledgeable about them. So I asked him to, because I called in a favor, asked him to make a tool for these overlays that you see here. And so this is that tool here. This was actually supposed to be out soon after my debut, and then it just never happened until today. But he's done a bunch of these, and we're going to imitate this in a way by making our own themes. But today we're going to be using the theme generator, which means I don't have to do everything in Windows, but we do have Windows running. I have a Windows 7 VM. This is if you were doing web development back in the day, Microsoft used to distribute virtual machines containing Internet Explorer and then later Edge. And I still have one of those, so I took one of these so I didn't have to install Windows from scratch. And so now we have a Windows 7 system to actually test things on. Funny, the Linux guy running Windows. But yeah, I actually have this theme that I'm using on my overlay as a theme. And I realize you can't hear that. Let me make sure you can hear that. Where is my window? QJackCTL, patch bays, somewhere around here. I have too many windows open. This one, wherever this one is. I am having trouble trying to find this window. Oh, here it is. Not Audacity, this is going to be VirtualBox. Okay, just gonna make sure that you can hear this. When you can't hear this. We're not working with sounds anyway, this is probably fine. Surely. Okay, whatever, we're just gonna have to sacrifice that, I think. Sounds are important today. We have the background music for this. Okay, so I have asked you all to submit your theme requests. So if you have an image that you want to for me to make a theme out of, I do have the links pinned. So far, there's only been one person. So if I don't receive any more, we'll just find things to make themes out of. But yeah, as I was saying, the theme that I'm using for the stream is an actual theme that I've made, and is available as a theme file, which all of these themes I'll make available for download after the stream. But right, I need the Ket one too. So I have both for anyone who was there for the anniversaries or the debut. You may remember this theme right there. So this is in a way an extension of the of this current theme, my theme here, just with different colors. This is meant to be Windows 95 style. So if we undo this, I'll actually load my theme here. So there are a number of different styles for Windows Classic themes. This one, tPenguinLTG calls it the modern style, where you have the colored active windows and then the colored inactive windows for the gradients. And then you have the Windows 95 style, which is gray or desaturated inactive windows, and then you have the active windows as colored, but there's no gradients. And then there's what he calls the classic ones, where you still have the gradient, but it's desaturated in the inactive one. Access Mario, welcome in. Once again, if any of you have any themes or any images you want me to make themes out of, you can go ahead and submit them in the link that's pinned. But yeah, we are making Windows Classic themes for the 200 followers. But I gotta make a theme file out of this one, because I apparently don't have that. And then I'm going to need to load that into the VM so that I can actually load them in. VirtualBox, i11, shared themes, and Ket. So this is already. We'll fix that. Nope. Needs to capture inside of here. And so now we have this theme loaded in. It's not too bad. Like, Ket's theme is meant to be a little bit more subtle or subdued. It's supposed to be kind of gray. But we also have... I'm missing a theme for the bucket. This is a purple-ish. You can see down here. I mean, it's not really supposed to be purple. It's a red bucket in disguise, and it just ends up looking a little bit purple. So we're gonna do the purple one as a warm-up, and then we'll get to the themes that have been requested in the forum. You know what? There's no way to reset this. Okay, that's fine. So we look at my color palette here is a Tango icon theme. So we'll start with these colors here. These 3 purples are probably the ones that we're going to use. So I'm going to use this one for the active title. I'm going to use this lighter one for the inactive, or the gradient. We're already looking pretty purple there. And then I guess we can go with a darker one for the inactive window. And then we can also make that the same for the desktop. So that's background here. Deep purple for that? I don't know. We'll see how that works out. I think I still want the same gray. Just to have some sort of continuity between the various themes. But I think I do want the bucket theme to be not so much Windows 95 style. So maybe gradient inactive will also be a little bit lighter here. The difference is subtle, but it's there. Then menu highlights. That's what the highlight's going to be when you're highlighting options in the menu. So that's going to be that. And then selected is also going to be that's a highlight. It's the same. And hot tracking color. I'm a little bit split about this. Hot tracking color, you don't really see it here. But this is the link color. Normally links is supposed to be blue. But if we make it purple, it looks like a visited link, which is probably not good. But we're going to do it anyway. Info window can still stay yellow. That should be fine. So now we can preview this into Windows 7 and see what we get, and tweak things from there if we need to. Okay, so first thing I'm noticing is too much purple going on here, and the active window is not conspicuous enough. So I think we need to make this a little bit lighter or something, or we can gray out the text here. So we make the text a little bit grayer and use, say, this color. So if we look at the inactive title text, turn it into that gray. Maybe this gray. Undo. I don't want it to do that. Don't calculate colors from thing. Yeah, I think that's a little bit more reasonable. Gradient active, so we'll shift things over a little bit. So this is going to be the active window. And then we'll get something a little bit lighter. So for that, we're going to create this. we're gonna do some color mixing. %. It's 80%. 75%. We're gonna put that on the gradient. It's only a little bit too light, maybe. But we'll see how that looks. Okay, no, I think this might be a little bit too light. So I may want to consider a halfway point between the middle purple and then the light purple instead. So we instead do this. So this is the middle purple. Put this over here. Or this might be better, actually. This might be okay. No, I think I still want it a little bit lighter. So if we take this instead and do that, so this should give us a slightly darker one. I think I like that. We're gonna go ahead and do that. And then load that in. And delete all the old ones here so that they don't start accumulating. Right, I can't do that. Yeah, I think that looks okay. So those are my 3 themes done. Yeah, those are my 3 themes. I don't think I have any more characters left to do, unless I do a blue bucket and red buckets version, but I think this one's okay. I had, if any of you are wondering what the name of the bucket is, I had considered Gwen, or Gwyn, or something, because Ket is bucket, and then the bucket would be Penguin or something, but for some reason I have an issue with that. Okay, so that's the bucket here, and then we have a request where we take this image Come on. I might just have to copy this in myself. We take this image here and turn this into a theme. I think we could probably get a couple of themes out of this one. This one is it's a very nice image for making themes out of, because we have only about 3-ish colors, and that's actually pretty 3-ish colors, but with varying shades in between. So this actually works very well for making the theme. So we're going to start with, we're going to start over. We're going to have calculate colors from button face. So if I should probably pull up the original theme designer. So when you create a theme, right? This is what you're normally working with inside of Windows. It's a little bit, it's not as nice to work with, but it is usable. So if you're looking at, say, a button face, which is, I haven't looked at this in a long time. Is it window? It's not window. 3D objects, that's what they call it. Right? If you change this, it changes a lot of other things. And that's what this one does. If you change this, it changes everything else that changes to. So this is a very easy way to get started. So you start with this, and we're gonna take probably this color here. Let's start with this. It's looking a little bit iffy, but trust the process, I suppose. So we have a couple of variants. We can have the blue be the active, and then we have the pink here be the inactive, or we can mix them up. So I'm gonna have. Originally I had the idea of having blue as inactive, so we'll start with that. Actually, I think it makes more sense to have the pink as inactive. But like I said, we'll make a couple of variants here. I said that was going to be inactive. So that's probably going to need to have the text be white. Okay. And then we'll have it, we'll take the slightly lighter pink from around here-ish. Inactive, gradient inactive title. So yeah, that's not too bad. And then we'll take the blue. I'll take this this deep blue here. So typically with Windows Classic themes, you have the darker color on the left side. You don't have to have it like that, but that is convention. Okay, and I think, is this worth having the title be black instead? No, no, it does not. Seems to be taking shape, yeah. I can make it this color, actually. Take the color of the hair here. This one might be okay. That could work for this. I don't know if it works for the title text here. But hey, you know, thankfully we implemented undo now. This program didn't used to have it, and then we took advantage of this being open source and just did it ourselves. You know, maybe white is okay. Maybe white is okay, because that's definitely not okay. And white is a color in the palette here, so it does work. Although, hold on, we do have this gray here. But it's gray because it's against the blue background. So we make this. Yeah, that doesn't work. You'd have to isolate this. So if you color, we're going to duplicate this. We're going to duplicate it into a new window. If we take this and then do a color erase on it. Hold up. No, I gotta make a new layer first, and then we add that in. So now we get this, and then we put it up against this pink background here. So we put this in a separate layer, so it gets isolated, and then we fill the layer underneath with the pink. And so now we get a more pink gray here. And so we make that the inactive text title. I think that's not enough contrast. I'm okay with the purple. I think I'm okay with the purple. What else can we do here? Oh, we actually do have a darker blue through here, the shadow. We'll probably use that for the selected. So I have the menu highlight. It's going to be that. The highlight here is going to be that. Plot tracking color can also be that. Background. Is there anything that's very obviously a background here? I can maybe take the... No, that's too bright. And maybe we can take that one. We might have to darken it a little bit. Or brighten it a little bit. Because the back... Okay, so the active colors, you don't want it to be the same as your desktop background. Because otherwise it blends in too much. So you gotta find something else. It's okay for it to be the same as the inactive background, or the inactive colors, but not the active ones. So active ones is okay to be the same for the selected, because it's active. But because the background is in a way inactive, you want it to be either completely distinct from all the other colors, or actually we can maybe use the hair. Completely distinct from all the colors, or pick it up from the inactive palette. No, that doesn't really give it the same feel. Now I don't want to use the neutral brown or peach here, because then you get that, and you don't want that. I think this might be okay. Because if you look at the whole composition, right, then the blue is really where where it is in the backdrop. There's a couple more colors here. The menu bar should be the same as the button face. No, undo all that. And then I think the text being black is probably okay. Because if we make it the purple, I think it's going to be a little bit too much. Button text. Yeah, that doesn't look quite right. The disabled one can be that though. So we have a color here for disabled text. I think they call it gray text. Gray text. Yeah, that's okay. That can be that. And I'm thinking we do have the option to change the button dark shadow, or it's the button alternate face, which I don't think gets used in modern Windows. I think it might have been a holdover from Windows 3. So that should be the same as your button alternate face. And then your app workspace. Do I have any applications to show that off? There is something in Windows, and I don't remember what. Computer management. No, that's not it. Control panel. Administrative tools. It's something in here that has it. Event viewer? No. You notice actually the active window titles or the colors show up here. I don't know if that's still the same in Windows 10 or Windows 11. I think it might still be in Windows 10 if it still looks like that. And I suspect if Windows 11 still looks like that, it probably is also using that as well. Is that services? No. Task scheduler. Aha! No. No, it isn't. Because there's nothing there. Okay, never mind. Diagnostic component services. Okay, here we go. So this is your app workspace. If you have an MDI window, which most Windows applications don't have anymore, but we're looking at the background for this. If you have nested windows, the multiple MDI, what does that stand for? Multiple document interface. And if any of you are familiar with, I'll put that in the Progman, the program manager from Windows 3.1. The reason why they did this was because they knew it wasn't a from what I heard, it wasn't a good UI pattern, but they did it to show it off anyway, to show off the capabilities. And yet it's still there on all the APIs, causing much complication. Yes, it is. If there's anything Microsoft is good at, it's keeping backwards compatibility for everything. And you know, look at this. If we zoom in here, that's a that's a Windows 95 era icon. 95? 3? I think it's 95. So yeah, there's some old stuff in here. Resize back to a normal size, please. But yeah, so we need to work with that. So that's going to be so this can work. We can make it this dark orange here that it automatically generated for us, but I think we can do a little bit better. Like this brown here, this one's probably okay. Okay, so we'll give this a shot. Person who decided to put this in decided to call it Ocean Man. So we're gonna go ahead and call it Ocean Man. And then see how this looks. Copied into the VM. It's a little bit bright, but I mean the image was also kind of bright anyway. If we look at, we cascade all these windows. It's gotta be. I think okay. So that one. Then it's this one. That's this. And I close the window. I cascade all these again. We'll take the theme, the personalize. Personalize. Not that one. Works better than hot dog stand. Oh, it does. It does look. It does look not half bad, I think. It can be improved with the background. If you put in the wallpaper or the image, the original image as a wallpaper, I think it could actually work pretty nicely. I need another window here. It's cohesive, just intensive, yeah. But we are working with the image, so whatever the colors the image gives us is what we're putting in here. All these themes are going to be made available for download afterwards, by the way. So if any of you want to play around with these, you can plop them into the Windows Classic theme generator or theme designer, and then just adjust the colors to your liking. I need another window here. Refresh, export list, show high console tree up one level. Can I? Oh, I can do a new window from here. Okay, and I can do this from the MDI window as well. So yeah, I think this this color works pretty well for the MDI windows. This is not too bad. Yeah, if you're working in full screen, which a lot of people do, you don't end up seeing a lot of the stuff anyway. The blue is a little bit intense, but eh. It could also be my monitor, I don't know. Should we pick slightly darker blues from somewhere? Because if we pick this, we do have the option of picking this instead. But the way that I don't know, it looks like these two colors work fairly well together in isolation. If we have the active title here, make this that. It's less intense, which I think is the same as the background color. I did say that you should make your active color this be the same as your background color, but you know, maybe some exceptions can be made. So if we instead make it this, maybe this will look a little bit less less intense here. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think that might work better. It's less bright. Which I think, because this is bright, that's fine. But over here, it's not too bad. Yeah. I think that one works better. And that still looks okay. And we open up in the personalized dialog here, which I have opened already somewhere. Close all these windows. Don't save. I'm gonna close this one too. We'll cascade these. Well, that's where this one went. So yeah, that's what that looks like. The mouse pointer is here as well. The mouse pointers, I think, defaults to the Windows 95 style pointers, unless you override them. But the sounds are the default Windows 7 ones. Minimize. Oh, you can undo Cascade now. I didn't know you could do that. I never did Cascade because it never really... There was never really a point to doing so. But it's nice to know that you can do that. I'm just gonna do this for the screenshot here. So that's what that looks like. Okay. And then I did say we would try to switch up the active and inactive, so we can try that. So I'm going to have a list of things here. I'm just going to do this in text, read only. Inactive, inactive, active, and then active. And leave everything else the same. It's nice having an import feature here. I don't know if I like that. I think this has to be less bright. We can try the original dark blue that we had here. So we can take this. And then this can actually be the cloud blue here. I think this one would work okay. Something slightly brighter. Switch to LCH mode here. Just increase the lightness slightly. That one might be okay. And then we'll have the selected, because we need the selected stuff to be pinks now. I need to find a... Oh, actually, we didn't use this color. I think we can use this maybe for the disabled. So we put in the gray text here. Ooh, maybe not. What happens if we put that for the active title? It's too dark. So we take this, and we take this. Ooh, nope. I'm gonna open another one here. I'm going to take the button face. I think I'm just gonna use what the what this gives me. And this orange here. Because that is guaranteed to work out well. And then the active window, or the active selection here, we need a dark pink, which I think this bit here works. So you're selected, your highlight color is this. It's a little bit iffy, but it might work. I don't think we can use that for the hot tracking color though, because it's too light. We can use the purple, or maybe we can use this this one over here, which we took for the active title. So we can take this slightly darker one. That one might be okay. Yeah, that one looks a little bit better. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's call this Ocean Man pink. Apple, welcome in. Congrats on 200. Thank you. I couldn't have done it with all of you, or without all of you, rather. There's no 200 without the fans. Yeah, this one's not too bad. This one's not too bad. I think I like the blue version better, but that might also be because I made that one first. But also, wait, hold on. I think to preserve the symmetry, we have to make the background pink. And we'll take this one. Maybe not. Oh, that doesn't work either. Maybe it does have to say blue. Yeah, the links are a little bit hard to read. So this is the hot tracking color. But it's not super awful. I might change it out for the because we have this, but I think this is a little bit too bright. If we turn this down a little bit more, and make it, what do we have? We can use that. No, we can't use that. We can turn down the brightness a little bit. The hot tracking color. Unfortunately, there's no preview over there. Again, I have a bit of a problem with using purple for the links, but it's fine. Around the OS, there are no visited links anyway. Oh, I overwrote it by accident. Oops. I think the other one was better. We're gonna undo that. I'm gonna re-download this because I think I overwrote the other one. Yeah, I don't like how bright this is, but it does work enough. We can... One more thing that we could do. We take this... No, that's probably not a good idea. So you can change the window background. So instead of window here, instead of it being white, you can change it to something else. Which I'll demonstrate over here instead. So remove that, and take that, take the window. Now we can make it something like, oh, I don't know, this. Or... What colors do we have here? Something bright. Something a little bit brighter than this. Like, make it off-white. FA, F7. Which, that can't take, that can't take in, okay, 255, 250, 246. 250, 246, which is actually pretty close to what that was already. So it can be an off-white. I think this might be close to... Well, that's interesting. Oh yeah, okay, I just need to refresh. Sometimes it's advantageous to make it a little bit off-white. But I think this is probably best not to. I think it's probably best to just keep it white. Personalize. Yeah, we go back to Ocean Man Pink. So I can bin back there. Put this open. And I'll make proper screenshots of all of this after the stream too. So it doesn't all look so so messy here. Oh yeah, we can look at the computer management one. So it's not too bad. And then in the MDI windows we have this too, which work, I guess. This one's a little bit too pink for my liking, but maybe somebody else will like this. But yeah, that's Ocean Man Pink. And yeah, there we go. The blue one I think I like better. I got a couple more responses. Very good. Thank you for submitting. And if any of you want to request more themes, the link is in the not description. Link is in the pinned comments. All right, we'll load in the next one. Gotta double check that these images are okay. All right, images are good to show on stream. Copy image. So we have this image here. I'm not entirely sure what this is about, but so we got a dark theme, which is going to be fun to do. And we got a lot of greens and blues and teals. I think teal is the most prominent here. We have a couple of oranges and blues as highlights that we can maybe work with. But okay, we'll start with the background. I think the background is going to be like this green, this color here. Alright. So we're going to start with the background. That's going to be this. It's fairly black. Then we're going to go with the button face of, I don't know, somewhere around here-ish. Trust the process. Alright, we got a couple light things here. We can make this the text color, because we're gonna need the text to be bright. Like this-ish or this-ish. Because it seems like we probably don't want a whole lot of white in here. We want something that's a little bit more off-white. So I'm going to use that for that, and also the title text. Okay. Actually, we do kind of have a white here. If this is a white, it's close enough to a white, I think. This is brighter than what we had earlier. I'm going to save that color, actually. I'm going to save that color here. Just so we have it, because it is a good color. That's Rapture from BioShock, okay. I'm not too familiar with the BioShock series. So we have this, and then we have... Trying to think what else we have here. We have this bright thing here. We don't want things to be too bright. We can probably take... Haven't touched in a long time and enjoyed it back today? Okay. We can probably take this bright bit here. Oh yeah, that's what this was. Right. This might be a bit too bright though, and we're going to take it from here instead. We're going to uncheck calculate colors from button base because we don't want that to reset. I'm going to take the active title, we're going to turn that into this here. Actually, maybe we do want that. So what if we make the active title this? And then we take the brighter one, turn that into gradient active. Hopefully this isn't too bright. That's too bright. Okay. We gotta tone that down a bit. Do something like over here. I think I want something slightly darker for the bit down there. So the active title is slightly darker, which I guess I already did. This is still too bright. No, that's because the button text needs to be light. So button text is not black, it needs to be this. It's a little bit too bright. It needs to be a little bit less bright. That might be okay. That might be okay. Text. Window text. This one's a little bit iffy. Okay, so what if we make we can make this a proper dark theme and not use a light color for the window background. So we can have it be as dark as we have the stuff here. It's not pure black, but something fairly dark. It's missing the yellow accent of lit windows, and yeah, full dark may work better. We'll get there. So I think we have space for the yellow. But we will have to turn on a feature. That works a little bit better, I think. We gotta do something for the inactive windows. I think we can just make that a little bit closer to whatever the button face is. Or like something slightly darker, like around here-ish. So we have the inactive title, which was automatically chosen for us by the, or automatically calculated rather. So we might be able to just keep that. No. I need something in this vicinity here. Which actually we just make this the same in that case. And then we need to make inactive title text something else. Which we might be able to get away with just using the active title text or active title color here. Turn that into this. That's not too bad. And then we need to work on the disabled and the selected. You need to be able to see this one. All right, let's see what this image is. Reference may have some cleaner colors to sample. Okay. Let me load this one up. Okay. I think we can probably work with this. Yeah, I think the yellows we can probably pull from that one. Selected does need to have... I don't know if we're okay with the yellows, the yellow being... Yeah, so we take this. I feel like it shouldn't have yellows for the selected. We can have a yellow for... maybe the info window? Oh, I didn't change the info window in the other one. Well, this one should work with the for Ocean Man, but that's fine. Sometimes I forget to change that. So yeah, this one is a little bit bright, but it should be okay. Which then I think means that we can have the red. It might work as a text color, better contrast against the grooves. We can try. So, like, window text can be instead of that. We can have it as this. That's okay. I don't know how I feel about that. It could work. You know, have the button text be that instead. It's better when the button text is also the same color. I think it depends on the feel that you want from this. But also at the same time, we could use the reds. Or we can use the reds here for that instead. I like this orange here. Maybe this doesn't work as well. Yeah, I think the yellow works better. Does it work better than this? I think it depends on what you're looking for. Because there is a thing as too bright, but also... I don't know, if you want the yellow in there... I'm going to save this color. Looking at the... So we're going to use this image as the reference image. So this one doesn't have as much yellow as this one. So I think it's reasonable to say that we should probably stick closer to this one. But I do like the option of having the yellow. Maybe we'll make that a variant or something. We do need to find something for the highlight colors. For that, maybe we can pull from here. You're not gonna be able to see that. We need this one. Absolutely not. Not without extra dark text anyway. I do want to try to use the same colors that we have everywhere else. So reusing colors is good. I think this could work if it's slightly less bright. If we take the button text and just invert it. Yeah, that could work. Or the active title. It's a little bit more subtle. But it is obvious that it's selected. So I think I might be okay with that. And the hot tracking color would also have to be the same. We can't do that though, because if the hot tracking color is on top of the 3D button color, the button face, you're not going to be able to see that, and sometimes that does actually happen. So instead do this. That one might be okay. But the menu highlights should be the same as this here. And the menu bar should be the same as the button face. The reason why the menu bar isn't the same is because sometimes, or at least in older versions of Windows, like Windows 3, they were different. But the general style guide these days is to make them the same as the button face color. So we got the greens, but we don't have the yellow. So Windows has this thing called window frames. Window frame? No, active border. Active borders and inactive borders. You can enlarge the windows slightly, so that you can get these borders around them. And we're gonna have to edit that manually. And then we're not gonna be able to see it here because actually it does have it. Okay. I didn't think this had implemented it, but I guess there it is. Okay, we're gonna need to find something a little bit less intense, so we're gonna take from here instead. Too big, too big, too big. Still too bright. It's way too intense. Okay, we can't use that. We can maybe... Yeah, we can maybe use that. That's probably better. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And then we can have the orange from here, but a more subdued orange. For the inactive border. If we even need one, but that's... I think this could work. This could work. And then maybe that means that we do need the yellow for the text then. Because this isn't looking... If we have the borders on them, then we kind of need something for this to stand out more. This was... This one? No, that's the same one. Did we save the yellow? I think I took it from here. Oh yeah, no, it was the same as the info window text, so we're going to take that instead. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Info window text highlight. We're gonna use a not black for this one. The menu text will also need to be this yellow here. And the window frame will need to be the dark colors. I'll take that, and the window frame should be the same as well. I actually don't remember what this does. I think that's... well, that's something. Okay. I think I'm okay with this for now. And then we can test it out and see if it actually works out. I'll download this theme, give it a shot, see what we get. Goes down there. You know what? This actually works pretty nicely. The hot tracking color being this is okay. I need a menu bar. Oh, we didn't change the app workspace color. We're gonna need to change that because that's not too good. The frame works out okay. Could maybe use some fine-tune and broadly dig it, yeah. The frame is okay. I think I'd rather have a slightly more vivid orange because you can't really see it. The yellow works fine. But yeah, we're gonna need to change this app workspace to be something else. So, app workspace, which I think was just the default one. We need to change this to... chat, welcome in. Congrats on 200, thank you. Such an orange is easily procured. Yeah, I think we could probably... because I picked it from here because I didn't want something that was too bright, but we could probably find something in here that works out well. Yeah, so we're gonna need to find an app workspace that is not quite as dark, I think, as the background. We'll take this. By the way, Chad, if you have any images you want me to make themes out of, just submit them into the link that's pinned. That goes for anyone else as well. I think this was darker. What is this? Button face. Background, app workspace. No, it needs to have a little bit more contrast. That's an idea. We'll test this one out. See how this works out. And then we can actually test this out in here, just to make it easy. We're looking at application background. I'm surprised, actually. That doesn't seem right. Uh, 20, 52, 45. Alright, so we go back to our MDI windows. Yeah, it's not too bad. I don't know if it was significantly different than what we had before, but for some reason this just works better. Alright, let's look at this reference here. Yeah, I'm not sure if we have anything here that we can pull that isn't already in the original, that isn't too out there, because we have this green-orange bit that's we don't find here. It could work. Okay, and then we can do... we can find another orange. Like this orange, maybe. That orange. Maybe. Because this is more of a brown than it is an orange. We can swap the two. We can have the yellow be the normal, and then the orange be the active one. Because if it's going to be this bright, well, we can test it out. Alright, putting that in the VM. And I over... Ooh, I'm gonna refresh this so that it loads the new one. Actually, you know what? This doesn't look too bad. I think the yellow might need to be brighter. But I don't mind the orange being that. Because what if you I'm gonna load it here. We take the No Kings theme here. And there is a... Oh, right, hold on. I can do that in here instead. So there are sizes that you can actually modify. So we'll look at the active window border. Alright, you can actually increase this to arbitrarily large. And nobody does this. But it is something you could do. So yeah, I think we need a slightly less saturated orange. Or a more saturated yellow. Knowing Microsoft, I wonder if this number is signed under the hood. Well, it could be. We're gonna save this this one here. We're gonna use this yellow instead. Okay, I think the solution here is just to have a more subdued orange. Find another orange source here. Or just modify that orange. So I was right the first time in trying to pick something that's around here, is just maybe just pick something better. We had another orange here, though. And that one's a little bit too, not quite as saturated. I'm gonna find one in here, like this, like this. could work. I'm gonna change the active border back to the old one, or maybe not. Oh, wait, we have an undo button. I could just do that. Okay, so just to test things out without having to load in a new theme. Take this, and we're looking at inactive border, and we're looking to change this to 2556863. I have a feeling this is not going to work as well. Maybe it is worth it to just switch them around. Because if we think about the second image that you sent here, window lights are yellow. And then the orange ones, like even here, the window lights are like yellow white-ish. And the orange are the highlights, so maybe it is worth it to just change them up. So we can have the original inactive border as it is. Or rather, like, take this. Put that into active border. And then put this one in as inactive border. Or maybe this yellow is inactive border. I don't remember where we got this yellow from. So this one might work better. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. Let's take a 2 here. And somehow this feels a little bit less bright. I think we need a brighter orange. Yeah, I think we need a slightly brighter orange and slightly less bright. No, we already have the inactive border as that, so we just need a third image should have the brighter orange. Yeah, we checked that. It's not neon orange though. I'm not sure I see one here. Like we can take the from the face. This face, like that. Oh yeah, I guess we can do that. Slightly brighter. I was thinking more of the neon orange that we got from here, or like here. It's gotta be like we can probably make it this orange here because I think I'm gonna save this this yellow here. We can make it something or other in here, like that. No, but that's it's not saturated enough. So we take the yellow instead. It could work. I think I'm looking for a slightly redder color. Maybe just increase the saturation a little bit and then increase the brightness. I'm gonna start from here and work in LCH. No, maybe not. Thing is, increasing the saturation on these ones. Oh no, I want to increase the value. That's what it was. You're going to LCH and increase the lightness, which is already too far up. I don't know if this works. I feel like this doesn't work. I need more saturation and more brightness, but we don't have that. Because if you make this more saturated, then it gets darker. Well, let's try to find another orange here. Well, that was roughly the same. Okay, let's try this out. See what we get. It may or may not work, but worth a shot. Number 3. Here's blend, hide the outline for inactive windows. Yeah, that's an option too. Because we do have, yeah, because the original intention was to have the yellow, I think, as, or no, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we could just do that. Because we do have the yellow as part of the text anyway, so. I don't know how I feel about this. Yeah, I mean, I think we all just have to hide the border. So back to button face. The inactive border gets this. And then now we just have the border for this one, and then we can take the original orange, whichever that was. Then the window that you're actually using is the one that's lit up. Yeah. Is it this one? Is it this one? Should have kept the original colors here. I can undo and stuff, I suppose. This is the very original one. I think I want this one. Looking at... Why am I trying to read this? I can just import it into the tool. It's slightly darker. I think it might be better with this one. So we import that into here. Did I save this one? I'm gonna save it again. Yeah, that could work. I feel like if we were going to light it up, it might be better. Is it better for it to be yellow instead? We turn this into the yellow instead. So we're looking at active window border. We'll take the window text. So this is going to be 254.253.186. I think this is it. We don't have any of the oranges, but I think this works out. Because then you're right, the window that you're actively working on is highlighted, unless it's maximized, in which case you don't see the border anyway. But it does bring attention to the window. Yeah, this works out. I don't like that this is so this blends in so much, but we can't change the button color without changing everything else. So this should be okay. Or rather, we can't change the button color specifically for the active windows. Okay, so we're gonna switch that out to the yellow. Active border is this, and then we're going to lock this one in. No kings 5. Okay. So that is no kings. We're going to take a screenshot opportunity here. Just making sure the menus are okay too. Did you know that the menu color is also used for the start menu? Which I guess makes sense. The cursors. I'll put that roughly there. So yeah, this one is... Well, I can't really see it in this one because this is dialogue, and dialogues don't get borders. But we do see it over here. So yeah, this one is no kings. Thank you to whoever submitted that one. I don't think any of you submitted any names, so these are all anonymous. I got a couple more. Alright, we got 2 things here. This one's from Ultra Kill. Another game that I have not played. Okay, this one's going to be an interesting one to do. I think this is also going to be another dark theme. I'm seeing a lot of darks here. A lot of blues, a lot of purples. It might be more saturated. I have an idea. So we're going to mess around with... We're going to be messing around with some of the other colors that we haven't touched here. So we're going to start with button face and let it do its thing. So button face, I think with this purple here is probably the way to go. Maybe not so much. I need this to be a little bit lighter. That. Once again, trust the process. And we take this for the background, maybe? Yeah, that could work. And then we're going to take these blues here. We're going to take various ones of the blues and turn them into... We're going to remove the calculate colors from button face. So we actually have 4 colors to choose from here for the shading effects. We have button dark shadow, which is this bottom bit here. we have button face, which we already had. Button highlight, which is that top bit there. Button light, which in modern styles is made to be the same as button face, but in older styles like Windows 98 and Windows 95, they actually were a slightly lighter color to make it a little bit more 3D, or give it a little more depth. I don't know why they changed it to be different, but yeah, and the button shadow is the bit in between the button face and button dark shadow. So we can play around with those. I think we have the button light, which will make this blue. And we'll take in, I don't know, brighter blue. And brighter blue from somewhere. I don't know, maybe give that one a shot. I don't know why is this... Oh no, because I used the wrong color, that's why. Because I haven't actually picked a color yet. But anyway, button highlight, we can make this blue here. And we use this blue, I guess, for the button light. I'll change that. That's going to be button. It's going to be button light or button highlight, and we'll have button light be slightly darker blue. Now I have button shadow be even more slightly as darker blue. I don't know how I feel about that. So there is another option that we have here. If I pull up the, I can take inspiration from one of tPenguinLTG's themes here, because he did something similar, like precision green, for example. Look at this. Or this plays around with mostly just button, I think the button highlights, and leaves everything else more or less the same, because everything else is black, right? So button face, button light, button, I think it's button light anyway. Wait, why am I doing that? I have the colors right here. We can put this into the designer. Import that. So yeah, button highlight is the only one there. So we can do something similar where it's just the button highlight to give it a more edgy look, or do both button highlight and button light, and then leave the shadows as this. No, that doesn't work out well. I think this needs to be actual thing. So we can have button lights. We can maybe play around and do this instead. Just have that the highlights. No, I think I want a little bit more depth. So undo all that, because I do want the two colors for the button highlight and button light. But I may want to consider keeping the defaults for the button face. So we calculate colors from button face, and we do this. I'm gonna take button dark shadow and button dark. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Maybe there's a bug in this application. The button shadow would take this one. So now you have this. Which feels a little bit too... Something's not quite right about that. What if we remove button light? Just make it button face. But this isn't thick enough in that case. I do want some of the thickness. Okay, well, we'll keep that for now. The blue... I think this is a good color for the active window. The gradient active title. Now I'll take another blue from somewhere else. Maybe this blue here. Maybe this blue here. Ah, it's way too saturated. Haha, nope. I'm gonna take the button light color. Maybe use that. Can use button light there. No, I like this blue here, but I do need something darker for that. But something less saturated. Maybe that one over there. That could work. And then I think we want to have the purples for the inactive title bars. So we'll have this here. And then we'll have the lighter purple closer to blue-ish here. Maybe we'll have this here. Something not quite right about this. Undo. I think I want to keep this color. So we can use it for something else. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to put that in as an inactive title. I'll take the blue and put that in as the gradient inactive title. See how this works. That doesn't feel right either. Find a purple that works. We have the sky. We can work with the sky. I think this might be a bit too dark. So I can take maybe this purple here. And then maybe this purple here is slightly lighter. Maybe this purple over here? No, no, not at all. I feel like we're gonna need to start mixing some colors because we have this button face here. And make a new image. Put in this. And then put in the gradient one on top. And then I want the... I think I want the the lightness of the top one, but the color of the bottom one. So we're going to take this. I think this might work better. Slightly. Then we're going to change up the text color to be a little bit brighter. I think we want something on the brighter side. Take a bright blue, maybe. I can't see that. Maybe this has to be white. Because white does appear in the, no, that doesn't work either. Okay, well, we're going to need to start mixing colors again. We're going to take this blue here. We're going to take a white. And then we're going to mix. I press Control C. It's the wrong one. That works out better, I think. We're going to take then the title text is okay. The window text, we're going to probably have to change the window background a little bit more. I just realized my two monitors are not properly calibrated. I should have done that before I started doing any color work. Oops. I was having issues with color calibration when I tried to start it up the other week. But I'm hoping this monitor that I have is actually okay. This one feels like it's probably a little bit more reasonable. But at least I don't have the I don't have any color temperature changes, so I don't have night mode on. Okay, what do we have? So we need window text, button text, window text. Oh, that's a problem now, isn't it? Okay. Maybe not so much of a problem. If we make the window background be something, maybe you have this, wait, we need this to be a little bit darker. Oh, we can't have it to be that. We can maybe make it this blue here. Yeah, that could work. Make it the same as the active title. It's maybe a little bit oversaturated though. It could work. And then select it can be yellow. It can be this yellow here. That would be highlight here. Maybe a little bit less bright yellow. Like right there. Yeah, that could work. And then inactive title text, I don't think we changed. So we're going to want to change that. No. No, not at all. We can make this purple here. Now you can't see that. Never mind. That, I think, works. It might be a little bit too bright, though. I'll take this one. A little bit more. Okay. Is there anything more we can do with this? The scroll bar needs changing. So the scroll bar color isn't actually used anymore. It used to be used in Windows 3. But nowadays, you zoom in and it's actually a combination of something like, what was it, button light and button shadow or something like that? Or button highlight and button light? No, that can't be right. Oh, it's something like that, I think. But I think I do want to change that to something else. Just so that we have something that's not so bright. Menu bar should be the same. Button face, yeah. Menu highlight will be the same as the highlight here. Menu text should be the same as window text. Yeah, so there is another style of menus where your menus are not 3D looking and they look a little bit more flat, and so they're a different color. Well, we could do that here. I haven't used this color at all, but I don't think we need to. And then there's the info window, which I think this color here, whatever we use there, is probably okay for the info window. So this is the, if I didn't mention it earlier, this is what pops up in the corner of your screen whenever there's a notification. Does this work? I think this might work. App Workspace probably works as is. Background, we changed it to that explicitly. Hot tracking color needs to change, okay. And that can be... that can also be this one. Okay, I think this works. We'll give this a shot. So this theme, they requested this to be called bisexual lighting, which I can see why. Alright, we'll give this one a shot. Oh, no, we definitely can't have that be, no. That does not work. This is why it's important to test, because, sometimes it just doesn't work the way you think it does. Okay, so we're going to need to change this to something else. I think we're going to have to change the window color too, because this is too much blue. I need something with a... actually, I can get rid of computer management. Everything else we can get from here. The window, or the app workspace works fine. Yeah, we're going to need to change this blue. There's too much blue here. Okay, so if not this blue, then what do we use? It needs to be something. I think it needs to be a little bit more purple in that case. Like maybe this purple here. This purple here. Needs something to be a little bit more desaturated. I just remember we didn't change the scroll bar either. We can take the inactive text maybe. Turn that into the window color. Nope. Not the text. I meant the gradient inactive title, but that's not going to work either. The thing is, this does need to be dark because this text color that we have, message text here and window text are controlled by the same thing. So we need to make sure that if our button face is dark, that our window text, our window frame is also dark. Otherwise, we end up with issues. Yeah, maybe this is okay. Or is this too close to button face? No, this actually works out pretty nicely. It's different from App Workspace, or different enough from App Workspace, I think. Because you want App Workspace to be distinct from the window color, but also distinct from the background. All right, let's give that one a shot. Because that's the only thing that we changed. Oh yeah, we're gonna need to change the hot tracking color too, because yellow does not work. Or I guess it turns into a brown in this case. Or orange. Cue the Technology Connections image or video about browns and oranges. This one is window. $131, $31, and $148. This one should look a little bit better. Yeah, it's less in your face, but also I think it blends in a bit too much now. Darker. In which case I will take it from here, not that dark. That's a little bit too much, I think. Go up a little bit lighter. When we take the app workspace, I know I said it should be different, but that is a pretty comfortable purple for this. I'm going to take these clouds, maybe for the app workspace. Oh, I can see how that looks. I'm going to download this. Copy this. Yeah. Now I think this is too dark. Clashes with the blue. And then we're looking at our, yeah, this doesn't work. I think we need something slightly lighter. So yeah, like this purple is fine. Or rather, wait. We changed it because it seemed like it was too bright, I think. I'm gonna change the app workspace. Okay, so we're gonna take a halfway between this and the app workspace. So we're gonna take this color. Actually, where do we get this from? Where do we use this? What is this? 840088, which is 132, 136. The gradient inactive title. Let's give it a shot. I think we did give it a shot, actually. There was a reason why we didn't. We didn't go for it. It could work. I can see that working. Alright. Copy. It does work. I will give it that. It's not dark enough though. Okay, so we're gonna take a halfway point between the original thing that we had earlier. So we're gonna take this, and then whatever else we had. Thing was the app workspace. So you're gonna take this. And we're going to take the app workspace. And then I'm going to put that on there. And then we want, I don't know, 50% of this. We take whatever this is, slightly darker. I'll use that for the window. Alternatively, inactive title, no, it's too purple. I'll download that, copy that in. I can give it a shot. Yeah, okay, I think this might, the change is subtle, but I think this one might work. And now we just need the hot tracking color, because that is not good. So hot tracking color cannot be this this gold color here. It needs to be something else. Maybe we can make it the gradient active title. Alternatively, if we look at the original images here, we can make it a brighter yellow. We can make it this. And go ahead and download that. And put that in. And now you can see it better. Whether that's better than alternatives, I'm not sure. But I think this could work. Should that be dark yet? I think white might work, but maybe it's better if it's dark. So instead of highlight text being white, we can make it black. And see how that looks. Got a window color here. Look at selected items. No, that's not what that lines up with. Isn't that this one? That's this one here. That's menu highlight, menu text. Hyperlink. You know what? Why don't we just download the theme and pull it in? Okay, I think you can read it better if it's dark, but I don't think it should be black. It needs to be maybe it needs to be a dark purple instead. Like this. Or this. I need something that's visibly purple, but still pretty dark. And the window frame can be that as well. Yeah, I don't remember what the window frame is, because everything here except for a button alternate face, you can actually see in actual windows. We'll have to do a test later, maybe. Okay, do this one again. I think this one should work. Yeah, that's a little bit less harsh. I think this one works. And then we have this and that works there. This blends in a little bit too much. The inactive windows, I think, blend in a bit too much over here. It's maybe not enough contrast, but it's not big enough of an issue, I think, for me to fix. So I'm going to call this one good. I think. Yeah, because we do have the blues here. We have the blue highlights. I think the highlights work out pretty nicely. Oh, is this the window frame? Is that what that is? No, that might be the dark shadow. I don't remember. Yeah. I'm going to call this one good. So this one. Close this one. And the window color, add in the, not the sounds. The mouse pointers. Put that roughly here, and then this roughly here. So this one is bisexual lighting. Thank you to whoever submitted this one. All right. We got two more from the list. And once again, if any of you want to submit a theme or an image for me to make it a theme out of, you are free to do so. You can visit the link that's pinned in chat. Okay, this one's going to be an interesting one. So we're looking at mostly blues here. It's going to have to look a little bit classy. And then we have the red as our accent color. So immediately I can tell that the red is probably going to be our active window. And then everything else is going to be mostly blues. So we're going to start with this. Maybe pick out a darker red here. Or a more saturated red. Something less saturated, like maybe over here. We do have a little bit of yellows. I'm not sure I'm going to use any of those, but I suppose that is an option. We have this blue here. And of course we have everything over here too, but I think we can probably ignore the person here for the purposes of the theme. We're going to reset this one. So we're going to start with the active title. We're going to make it this. And then we're going to find the brightest red that we can, or more saturated red that we can. It's probably going to be around there. Okay. That's a start. Now we're going to take this blue here for our background. For our wallpaper. And we're going to have this color here as our button face. Maybe. We're back in light. Yes, we are. Then I think I'm going to modify the, I mean, the button light, shadow, highlight, and all that. I think the default ones that it picked are actually okay. But I might want to experiment with picking colors from here. Inactive gradients. So yeah, I think I'm going to take control here and actually pick colors. So we're going to take inactive title. Like, this isn't too bad. Maybe it's worth keeping this one. Now we're going to take a thing from over there. That's okay. And then we'll take, I don't know, this white, off-white. Turn that into the inactive text. It's not too bad. And I may want, oh, I don't know, dark blue. We have this black here. Or blackish. We're going to put that as a button text. Or maybe this dark blue actually works better. Yeah, I think I like that. Window text is going to be the same. Menu text is also going to be the same. Selected, I think we can take as this blue here. Maybe. I feel like there's a lot of colors that we're ignoring here. Because that doesn't look particularly selected to me in terms of the overall image here. Maybe this color, which is pretty close. Okay, whatever. That could work. And then in the bright portions, we can make it this white here. Again, we're probably going to want to stick to similar colors everywhere. Actually, no. The reds are okay to be a different color. So the red is a different palette from the blues. And that one can take pure white, that's fine. Menu bar takes, oh, actually we can be a little more creative with this one. We can have this be the one where we take a different menu color. So if we do it that way, we want to take lighter blues here, like this blue. That's the same though. We make it a white instead, actually. Yeah, where's the highlight text here? We can take this white, make that the menu. The menu highlight can then be the highlight here. And the menu text that's not what I remember it doing. Hold up. That's not what I remember the menu doing. The menu bar. Hold on. I think we need to play around with this here. Menu. Bright yellow. Okay, so that's menu. Message box. Okay, I'll reset this one. I'm going to change menu to reds. I'm going to change menu bar to yellow. And then we'll see where this takes us. Because I remember something different. And apparently that's... Okay, so red, that's the menu. The menu bar. Does it even use yellow anymore? Or the menu bar anymore? Where even is that? Okay. Oh, well, whatever. If that's the case, then... If we open this one up, when we turn on menu, and we make this white, or if we turn that white, then we end up with something that looks like this, which doesn't look awful. It's a bit of an older style, but it does work. So yeah, we turn the menu into this light color. And we have the menu text be the same as the button text. Which I think it already is. And the menu highlight can stay the same. Maybe. And then we're gonna need to find a yellow for, or not necessarily yellow. We can make it a light blue for the info window here. Or we can make it the same as the menu. Oh, actually, we do have an example of text here. We could make use of that. And then this, I think, is too close to the button face, so we can't do that. We do have this yellow. We have this yellow. We have this yellow. I think this yellow here might be good to have. And then I think I'm okay with having that as black. Okay. We'll give this a shot first, and then see where we get. Whoever submitted this called it glass. We're gonna call this glass. And then we'll see if the the menu bar thing works well or not. I don't think it does. I think we have to keep it a little bit more traditional here. I mean, it could work. It could work. I can see it kind of working. Just not Notepad. But unfortunately, this is the kind of application that we need to optimize for. This needs to be not that. We can make it this color. We can flip the script here and make it that color instead. Or like make it this color here. Which we used for menu highlights. This needs to be not that well said. And if we make menu text be... Oh, but we need a color for the gray text. Okay, that doesn't work either. So even if we make menu text say white, too many Fs. I don't think that works too well. Okay, we're gonna give up. We're gonna make it the usual colors here. Yeah, I wish I remember what menu bar was, because I'm pretty sure that actually had a color that gets shown in Windows 7. Menu text then would have to be the same as button text here. The hot tracking color, we can take from the little bit of yellows that we have. No, we can't. It has to look okay against the window color, which is a pure white. And we can't be having yellows. Not without issues. We can make it red. We can take the gradient active and make this red. I think that could work. Give this a shot. I think the window color needs to be off-white. It's very slightly off-white. Oh right, the tooltips also take this color, the info window text, or the info window. Okay, that gives me a little bit more to work off, because I forgot about that. Maybe this can actually be this yellow here. And then we want to pick an off-white. As the BGM plays more, reminds me increasingly of Hip Shop from Deltarune. Will link. Yeah, I don't think I've heard that one. But yeah, if any of you want to check that out, you just posted that in the Discord, which is right there. We have a Penbu live channel for all the things where context is removed if you haven't seen the stream. Or I mean, I guess the stream link being there, you can kind of calculate based on the timestamp what the context might have been. We do also have this blue here. But But yeah, I suppose that's another reason why I have the timestamp down at the lower left, at the lower right-hand corner here, so I know exactly when things were said. It's very helpful for having to go, if we're going back and if you have a time, like an absolute time from elsewhere, you can very easily figure out where it is in the stream because they should match. Right, I was looking for a window color and also a scroll bar color because we can't be using that. I think a scroll bar color could be this. Like I said, the scroll bar color isn't actually used anymore. Now it gets calculated from some other colors. And then the window needs to be something that's less... Don't I have an off-white here somewhere? I think I should have an off-white here somewhere. Highlight text. Yes. Yes, I do. It's just very slightly off-white. But I think that might be enough. Yeah, I think that is enough for this to work. I think I'm okay with this. It's unfortunate about the menu stuff, but this, I think, does work. Did we remember to change the app workspace? Is it different enough from the... Yes, it is. I don't think I changed the app workspace. I think this is just the defaults. Which I guess means I would want to change this to something else. App workspace is that. Highlight is this. We can maybe change it into the highlight color. Which is, I think, a little bit too close to the app, to the background color, so maybe not. Inactive title. It can't be the same as that, though. Which it is the same now. If you undo that. But it also can't be the same as the gradient inactive title, because you don't want the two to blend in. When we take the scroll bar color. I don't remember where we used this one. Or where we got this one from. But it might work. Go ahead and download that. I feel like it should be a little bit darker. My expectations for app workspace is that it should be a little bit lighter than the wallpaper, or like the desktop background, but it's not like this doesn't work. We can take more sky. Actually, we can maybe take this. I'm gonna take that color here. Or we do have all sorts of colors that we haven't used here, like this, like that. This could work. We're not going to be able to see that. I'm going to do that inside of the app, inside of Windows here. So we actually see. Application background. This is going to be 64. 103, And 136. Apply. That should work. I don't think it'd be my first choice, but it does work. You're rarely going to see this anyway, but yeah, I think this could work. You do that. Colors in isolation. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we'll keep that. And then we have notepads. That all works out well. Okay. We have this. Yeah, I'm okay with this one. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and download that and make sure that we do have this in theme form. And I actually have it here. Open this. This. Bring the recycle bin down there. And here we have glass. Actually, you know what? I just remembered. We're going to change something else afterwards, after we do all these themes. I was supposed to change the taskbar at the start, because the Windows Classic looks best if the taskbar is not big like this. But we'll show off all the themes afterwards with the smaller taskbar, and the final screenshots I'll take after the stream will be with a smaller taskbar too. All right, last theme that I have in the responses, and again, if any of you want to, any images you want to turn into themes, you can feel free to submit them into the links that are in that are pinned in both chats. And I'm gonna have to repeat this because Twitch is in ads. Okay, so we got this one. I think we have a couple of good color cues here. I'm seeing this is probably going to be our button face color, and then we'll actually pick out the colors for the different components, because I think this level of precision that this has is probably worth doing so. Yeah, okay. Welcome back, Twitch. As I said, this is the last one that we have in the list as of right now, but if any of you want to submit an image for me to turn into a theme, you still have time. Okay. So we're not going to calculate colors from button face. We're going to do this all manually. That's what happens. Actually, I'm going to zero all these out to make it a little bit easier. Yeah, now you can't see anything. Button face. Actually, hold on. I'm not going to zero it out. I'm going to turn this into... because we do use black for some things. 120, 120, 120. We're gonna do a medium gray. There we go. So button face. We are going to turn into... It should be this, I think. Well, this is probably going to look a little bit better, though. Maybe. Okay, so we're going to go for the slightly darker purple here, because this looks like... This one looks like... Actually, no. Hold on. No, we can go with this one. We'll see if it matches later. That might be a bit too light. But once again, trust the process. This is going to be our button highlights. We are missing a button light color, which would have been this. So maybe this is the color that we need for button face. Which means this is the color for button light. And then this is the color for button shadow. And then this is the color for button dark shadow. I do have to wonder what constraints they had so that they had to say DK shadow instead of dark shadow. Because clearly, if they were able to make button alternate face, button dark shadow is shorter than that, so it's not a length problem. But okay. I think window can be pure black. This color here can be our background. What else are we looking at here? This can be our gray text. I'm gonna sample average at 2. Because it is gray. Button text can be this color. And maybe this color. Which means window text can also be that color. Which works out well because we have a dark and dark here. The greens, I think we'll take this darker green here. That can be our active title. And then lighter green here can be our gradient active title. And then the white can be our title text. Okay. It's looking pretty good so far. And then for the inactive ones, we can make this a purple. So we can take this purple here. Inactive title. And we'll take this purple here. I think in context this is going to look okay because you have the purples being being, what was it? Closer in color to the button face. So this should work out fine. You should be able to tell which one's which. That is what I mean there. And we're going to take this color here for the inactive title text. So far, so good. Window frame. Is that what this is? I guess not, no. Button face we'll put in for the active border and inactive border because I don't think we need that. Unless we want to draw like a green. Like we can draw a green around the border, or sorry, around the windows. So there was this lighter green that we didn't use, but I think that might be a bit too much. It could work. It could work. I think I might try to leave that in. Menus. I think we can actually make it this lighter purple. We can actually use this lighter purple somewhere. Or not. I don't know how I feel about that one. Because we can use this lighter purple for the highlights. But also the highlights I feel like maybe should be green instead. We also have this. We also have this orange here, which we could use for something. Or we use the grays for that. A couple options. Actually, no, we have this. This is part of the scene. Yeah, we use this. So what if we use this as per the menu bar instead? I think it could work for the menu highlights. And the menu text would have to be white as well. Oh, actually, you know what? This is actually perfect for app workspace. We're going to put that there instead. Is this a color that we've used anywhere? So I don't think that's the same thing as this one. No, second look, this might not be too bad. Okay, I need to select a color, and I think the selected color is going to be the green. Just given the amount of green that we have here. Is this a color that we've used? No, that's what we used for the active title. I think this green is the one that's in the middle. We use that for the highlights. And then the highlight text is going to have to be white. Hot tracking color is also going to be this green here. And hope that works well against the window text, which we can check. Green against black. I think we want the lighter green here. Yeah, that can stand out pretty well. Okay, so we can use that for the hot tracking color. Info text. feels like this color over here, or the orange. I feel like maybe the orange. No, info window is this orange here. And then info text is, I guess, this light color here. Or maybe a dark color. Which I don't think we have yet for darks. Actually, we kind of do. And button dark shadow, we make this the text color. Although, I mean, we can give this one a shot. See how this works out, because that is a color that's on that orange. Actually, no, that's not gonna look good. Never mind. I can already tell it's doesn't quite work. I think that has to be a black or something dark. We have a couple more colors that we haven't used yet, or we haven't changed yet. This button alternate face takes this. Menu bar, I think, takes the menu. Which I'm not sure we're keeping that, but give it a shot anyway, see what happens. Menu highlight can't be that if that's the case. Menu highlight can be this. That's not going to work. That's too dark. Or that's too bright. We can take this. Which is the same as... Not quite the same as button face. We might have to go for a darker one for the actually, no, disable text is okay. Gray text we already changed. Window frame. Again, I don't remember what this changes. Window frame might actually be the active border, from what I remember. Hold on. Window frame. So where's the test one? Notepad, give me notepads. I can drag that into notepad. Don't save. Window frame. We change it to that. I think. Yeah, that's window frame. Okay. So that's normally black, I think. Where else does that get used? Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. Also the active. Okay. So I was right in that it does get used somewhere. In which case we can use one of these colors for that. We can use maybe the orange. Scroll bar. I think it makes sense to use one of these purples here. Maybe a button light color. Now I think we've allocated colors to everything else. The menu, I think, is something that's a little bit iffy. We might change that out to something else. Maybe the more traditional one. But we'll see. The person who submitted this asked to have it called Awaria. I actually don't know what this game is. Never seen it before. Right, I didn't do the rest of the thing. So I said download the thing, and I need to copy it into the VM. Maybe that should be green instead of orange. And the VM has started to hang. Is it the VM or is it Windows? One of those two. Actually, I think it's me. Alright, well, stream, if this is still going, let me know. Because I can't move anything. Man, okay. I'm stuck here for a little bit. I'm gonna wait until the CPU, I can see things moving, which is the interesting bit. But I can't move anything myself. Did I press something? I think I might be stuck here for a little bit. My window, oh, you know what it is? I think VirtualBox is capturing my cursor, except that VirtualBox is starting to hang or something. And then now it hasn't let go of my cursor, but I can't click anywhere else. But I can move it outside of the thing, so it's something weird. One moment, I think I might have to kill VirtualBox here. I'm gonna have to do that remotely through my other computer. One moment, I can't switch to the intermission scene because I can't get to OBS. We're gonna have to put up with this for a little bit. Too bad, because this music is on the intermission scene too. All right, well, let's see what's up here. Thankfully, I can still SSH into the machine. Okay, apparently MuseScore is taking up 100% CPU, which is pretty concerning. Also very weird. Okay, so I'm going to remove the box. Which one do I need to kill here? It's a VirtualBox SVC. VirtualBox VM. Okay, I'm gonna kill this one. Okay, so now we're back. Why is MuseScore even open? I opened it because what was it? I was working on the background music that you hear right now, just before stream, and then I also showed it at the beginning of the stream. Okay, so I gotta pull that back up again, and hopefully it actually starts up. Yeah, don't worry about it. Start Windows normally. That is, ooh, I don't like that. Because that's what happens when you have green as your highlight color. But also, it's not against the intended background, so maybe this is fine. No, this still doesn't look great. It looks fine in the menus, I think. Yeah, well, like, it works fine in the menus. I'm not sure I agree with this color for the menu color, though. I'm gonna open Notepad. I think it's a little bit too close to the button face color for it to look nice. As a highlight color, it's not too bad. It's just when it's that. That's when things don't look as great. Yeah, like this is fine. Start up the components services. Starting to, I think this might be a little bit too bright. It works, ish. Yeah, I think the menu has to be the same as button face. I would have liked to have one that was the same, that was different, just to shake things up. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And maybe I just don't know how to do it. So the menu highlight would also be green in that case. There's the highlight color here. And the menu text is the same as button text, which I think it already is. Or pretty close to it anyway. Window text is also the off-white. We're gonna go ahead and download this theme here. Copy that in. Goes under Windows, not Windows Classic. Themes. This one. Subtle changes. So yeah, now we have this, which I feel like I don't like as much, actually. Axel, welcome and congrats on 200 followers. Congrats to you as well, because you had also reached it recently too. Unfortunately, I had to miss the stream, but because I was streaming, overlap. But yeah, if any of you want to go watch that stream over there, that's over here. I need to go check it out at some point too. But yeah, actually, if you have a theme, or if you have an image that you want to turn into a theme, whether it's your VTuber model or something else, feel free to submit it in the link that's pinned. And that goes for anyone else too. Right now we're working on a theme from this, or out of this image here. I'm just trying to work out some of the finer details. Which I now don't remember what it was that we were trying to fix here. Maybe it was okay. Yeah, because we're checking out what the menu looks like. Which, like I said, I think I would have liked to have it as a different color, but it is pretty hard to do. Thanks, Shadow. I also think your theme looks really cool so far. Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of the aesthetics is I will defer to the original. But yeah, it is. There are ways you can. Or actually, maybe we can make this one. There are ways you can put these colors into the slots and not make it look good. Maybe we'll put it that way. Like this. That doesn't work out very well. Yeah, the gray doesn't look too bad. We will have to find something else for the... I think for the gray text, because we had that as this, but we can't have that be the same because otherwise you won't be able to see it. Although, that said, modern Windows, or rather Windows in this format here, when they have disabled ones, they actually don't use the gray text color. They use I think, what is this, dark shadow? Oh, no, shadow, button shadow, and something else. So this is built under the assumption that you don't have different colors for the menus. That doesn't mean we can't. Okay, I'm gonna try to find the dark, maybe this dark here. So we change that to this. So now it's a slightly darker purple, which I think might be okay. We download this theme here. Then add it here. And pull it into. And I think this color is a little bit too similar. I don't know if that's a good thing or if that's a bad thing, because I can barely tell the difference. I think it actually is supposed to be the same color in that case. Did I even change anything? Because it looks darker. 6.6 5D, it is slightly darker, but not enough for it to matter. I normally request a theme inspired by my model, but the one you're working on is already kind of similar in its color palette. I think I could, given what I remember from your model, I think I can make something different. So if you wanted to submit it, even though the color palette's the same, the way the colors are arranged can make for a different theme. So I think it would be interesting to try. So, I don't know why I'm set on trying to make this menu work. I think it might be interesting, but also... Okay, so what if we go over the darker one? Which would have been button... No, not button shadow. Why is button shadow so dark? Okay, we'll try this one. There we go. I think that actually works. Did we figure out the trick to making menu bars a different color? And actually, this looks like maybe they changed things a little bit, because this looks like it does use the gray color. So maybe what happens is, or I don't know, maybe the so either a special case is where if the menu color is the same as the button face, it uses the colors based on the shadow color and whatnot, and if it isn't, it uses the gray text color. Or it just so happens that the colors work out so that it hides the darker color. I'll have to go check that out, but I think this actually works. I need another application. Not Paint. Actually, I'm a little bit interested to see what Paint looks like. I see, this is what happens when you make assumptions in your application. That's fine. WordPad? WordPad also has the ribbons. We can't use that. Ah, hold on. Is that what menu bar is? View menu bar. Okay, I remember there was a way to keep the menu bar open here, and I don't remember how to do that. Okay, I need another application. Accessories. Actually, calculator. Which I forgot. This one actually uses the window color, so we can't have that. Anything else? Non-XPS viewer. Games. No. Maintenance. Oh right, because we had this one. No, but this doesn't have any. No, this does have menus. Menu bar though, we changed it to this, so that's not quite the same. And then there we have our info window, which I think works pretty well. Or well enough anyway. Yeah, this could work. Is this what menu bar is? Alright, one more test. Because I need to... Where do we put our test one? Test.theme. Open with notepads. Menu and menu bar are two different things. So this one was yellow. Or no. Yeah, this one was red. This one was yellow. And I think I red on... Yeah, it was red in notepad. So this is menu bar, or sorry, menu for both of these. Okay. So in that case... Remember which one was the latest one? That one. Yeah, I think we can probably call this one good. I mean, I'm a little bit... I am not a little bit unsure about this this app window or app background color, but I think it works enough that it might be okay. Can I cascade? Window cascade, there it is. Yeah, it could work. And so, here we have, put that over there, and then put this over here. Here we have a warrior. Thank you to whoever submitted that one. Alright, we did get a couple more, so I'm going to go through the couple more here. And I hope that I can actually access this one. Okay. This one is going to be an interesting one to do. It's a black and white image. Which I almost want to just defer to tPenguinLTG's precision theme, because that I think that's what I would end up doing anyway. If we look at... Try to find it. Is there a way to search? Yes, there is. Come on. I wanted to click this one. Precision. Because this I think looks pretty much what I would make from this. I think. This one I think, according to the image, was Deltarune. Yeah, this is from Deltarune. The actual night. Actually, okay, hold on. We can, if we turn this into just Deltarune more generally, and we take cues from Deltarune. Roaring. Pure black and white to whatever extent possible. Touch of pure red if necessary. Okay, so that's what the additional notes say. I will take the precision theme as our base and then see what we get here. Although a touch of red if necessary is what the note says. So I think it's preferred if there isn't any red. Just making sure I didn't miss any additional notes in the other ones. Okay, that should be fine. So we can have a touch of red, say... I don't know, like in the window frame. To make it slightly different from... slightly different from precision. Or actually, hold on. Because we don't want this necessarily to be black, right? It's not... I'm gonna undo this. I think we might fill this out a little bit more. So if we make button highlights. Oh yeah, this is actually pretty interesting because button highlights. Oh no, never mind. That's not. It's not what it was. Because there are ways to make flat themes. Button shadow. If we make this. Make it that. Or was it button dark shadow? I know for one of these you actually don't want it to be you don't want it to be a color. If we look at, because I know tPenguinLTG also has some flat themes as well, and there's a certain technique to do that to make it look good. We go to flat here because you can't fill out all four of them. Otherwise, things look a little bit too thick in some areas. So I think seawater was one of the ones that was okay. Yeah, this one looks like it should be okay. Alright, so I'm going to take the colors from here and then use this as a reference. Import that. And so button highlight, highlight, light, and shadow, and dark shadow? No, there was definitely something... Okay, I need to find one of his newer themes. White was one of the newer ones. I feel like there was something wrong about this one. So button light, button shadow to get the insides, and then you have button dark shadow and button highlight be the same as button face. Something looks off about this one too. Okay, well we're just gonna work with this and hope it works out. The problem though is that remember what I said about the disabled color actually being used as a combination of button light and shadow or something like that. So we got to make sure that that actually works out. Scroll bar I think can stay as medium gray. Which I'm not sure why these are all 127. It should be 128 for a medium gray. Hot tracking color. Oh, hot tracking color can be the red. That I think I'm okay with. But the rest of it can stay white. I think this one's gonna have to be a medium gray. Otherwise you have no way of... Actually, no. Hold up. No, we can change that. Active title can be that, and we have no title bar gradients at all. Title text can be black, so that can be okay. And then that means that our inactive title text can be white. Something's looking a little bit weird about these scroll bar buttons here. I think it's actually button light and button shadow that you want to change. Oh, because otherwise. So the button highlight can stay black, and then the button dark shadow can also stay black. That might actually work out for the best here. Because then you actually get... Hold on. Do the buttons work normally here? Oh, they do. Not for these ones though. Window frame we know has to be white. Actually, scroll bar can also be white. Menu highlights. Oh, that's gonna be tough. Because we can't change the highlight text. So that's gonna have to be medium gray for it to work out, I think. Or actually, no, this can be red. Gray text, I think, can be okay as our medium gray here. Menu bar, it can stay... I would like for it to be white. But also... I don't know. We'll take a look. See how this one looks. App workspace background. Inactive border, window, that should all be okay. Yeah, we'll give this one a shot, see what we get here. Whoever put this in called it roaring. Oh, put that into... Oh, we gotta actually save it first. Now we'll see what this looks like. Well, it's not unusable, which is good. I think the menu highlight still works out. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Right, because menu highlight actually just takes from the highlight color. Wait a minute. Is that correct? Maybe it's a special case. A special case for when the menu color is the same as the... Hold on, I do want to try that. But the menu color is the same as the button face color. So what do we turn this into white? Then what? Oh yeah, I gotta look at this, this too. I mean, there's not a whole lot to look at for this one. Alright, moment of truth. And you can't say anything. Okay. So highlight actually just takes from, menu highlight rather, just takes from the highlight color. It'd be nice if we can make this black, but I don't think we can do that. Okay, so we're gonna have to revert that. Yeah. Yeah, I think that works out. So we just take the original roaring. Sounds like I got it right the first time. The reds, I think, is okay. Actually, well, okay, hold on. I need to find the delta in red. Because I'm not sure if this is full saturation red or if it's something else. It is something else. Is that significant? Does that spell something? Go ahead and download that. So now we change window frame right now is white. It might look better if we change to red. But the only reason why I have red here is because you gotta make sure that the links actually show up as links. You need to be able to differentiate between the two. It could look aesthetic if we change the window frame to red, but it might detract from the intentions here. Well, we'll give this a shot. See what it looks like, and then we may revert. Or actually, I can change this into a roaring red. Very slight variation. We have a bit of red there, and you have a bit of red here, and then also some red there. I don't know. Depends on the kind of look you're looking for. I think both work. Then we need this. It's too bad you can't. It's too bad you can't make the rest of your desktop. Well, I mean, you can actually. I think there's accessibility settings that where you can turn down the saturation of the whole thing. Not quite what you're looking for in this, but it is possible. Change mouse pointers. There we go. And that actually shows off the window tracking color, or the window frame rather. So here we are. We have Roaring, red version, and then also I don't know which one's the correct one. Roaring regular version. I think they're all roughly the same. Yeah, I think this one's the same. Yeah, and then Roaring regular version. All right. Well, thank you for whoever submitted this one. I think this one turned out into a pretty nice theme as well. And actually managed to be creative because rather and not just reuse an existing theme. All right. Once again, if anyone has any images they want to turn into themes, we still have time. Yeah, just submit it in the link that's in the that's pinned in chat. But if this is the last one, because this is the last one that I have. All right, we got a whole gallery here. Gonna need to extract out the image here. Thankfully, I'm a web dev and know how to inspect elements. All right. Go ahead and put that in, as well as this one. Although I can probably get away with just using the one because the colors are all more or less the same. Yeah. So Axion, the colors here are a lot different from the one we had before, so it's good that we're working on this separately. But right away I can see that we have a lot of purples. We're probably going to make purple be our main theme, then we'll have the blonde as the highlights here, probably. Blonde or gold or whatever you want to call this. Maybe the blues. Unfortunately, there's no way to change the proportion of the gradient, so you're stuck with a 50-50 gradient. But we can start with that. I think what we're gonna do, I'm either going to bug tPenguinLTG to do this, or I might just do it myself. Have a button to turn everything into to medium gray. It's fine however it ends up looking. It's great. All right, well, we'll see what happens. Actually, there was a feature that did I really have title bar gradients off this whole time? Actually, no, I turned it off because of the thing, right. It actually worked out for the other one because there were no gradients. No, I turned it off specifically for that. Whatever. We do want to calculate from button face. That is an interesting pattern, and I think that could be exploited. Okay. So we're gonna take this purple, I think. I think this is the surface. It's either that surface or this surface here. I'm going to want... I'm gonna undo. I think I want slightly more control here. Which means I might actually want this one. Because I need a medium color so that I can make dark and light shadows. And so I might take this color instead. No, that seems like... Okay, I'm gonna take this color and use it for button shadow. I don't... No, that's... contrast is not enough there. I can take things from... Actually, I'll maybe take the blues. Take the blue here. Turn that into, I don't know, button lights. I don't think that works too well. I'm gonna undo all that. I'm gonna redo, put a thing here, so that's gonna be button face. That's fine. And we do have a couple of colors here that we can use, so this can be button light. This can be button highlights. And then find a darker purple here. Like this, probably. That can be button shadow. And then we have a darker, even darker purple over here. But that actually is just because of the clothes. We do have a darker purple here. We can use that one. So that can be dark shadow. I'm not feeling that one. What if we instead take the blue as a bold choice? Ooh, that's an idea. Actually, I think we can make a couple of themes here. I think I might want to try a couple options. So the window text can still be white, or window can still be white. So I think I want to try to make something that's based on the purples, and then another one based on the blacks here. I think that could be interesting. So window text, that's definitely gonna have to take a black from here. Maybe the dark bit there. Or maybe slightly lighter right here-ish. Sure, button text can also take that. No, I think I want the darker version. Or I take something from down here. Immediately I'm thinking we take the hair as the as the base for our act title. So it takes something that's dark here. And take the light portion. We might have to adjust this so the difference is not right. I need to turn on title bar gradients. Undo all those. Turn that back on. I think my system's starting to lag a little bit. Title text can also be this. I want something that's less extreme. Maybe this one. Not too bad. I'm seeing blue in these eyes here. We can use that maybe for the select color. Now what to do with the inactive title? Maybe that's what this is going to be. We take this color here. No, I think I want a slightly darker purple. Well, this is a slightly darker purple. I take that. And then we take this purple. It needs to be different enough from the button face, so it can't be this one. Although I think we did find that that is pretty close to button face, so maybe that's not it. And is this purple here? It's cool to see all the decisions going to making a Windows theme. I've never thought about how there are all these different components to them. It's too bad that Windows doesn't support this anymore. Because the themes you can make these days are a lot more simplified. You can technically still load these into the registry, and it will use them for things where they do still show up. But yeah, there's a lot of flexibility and customizability you can put into Windows Classic theme. Right, I was looking at gradient inactive title. But that's the same as what I had before. Okay, so that color is actually the same there. There are also ways to get things beyond just color swaps, at least as of 7 and 8. Haven't looked into the situation these days. Yeah, if you're talking about the visual styles, yes. I think Windows 7 and Windows 8 didn't come with any themes other than Aero and Aero Basic, I believe. So you'd have to do workarounds for that. Windows XP had a couple of options. So you had the 3 that came with Windows, or the 3 came with Windows XP. So that was the regular Royale Blue, not Royale Blue, Luna Blue, Luna Silver, and Luna Green. I can pull these up. One moment, we're gonna take a quick detour. Windows XP Luna, Beta Archive. Beta Wiki, that's what it was. So yeah, like you had these in Windows XP. So these ones came with Windows, and then you can get these. No, not that one. What are all these? Where's my Royale? Royale is different, right? Because it has it went in here. So Royale was another one that came with Windows XP. I think it was a Media Center edition or something. And then it also came with the Noir theme. And then you can get the Zune theme and the embedded theme, and they're all signed, so you don't need to change anything for that. But yeah, I think for Windows visual styles, you need to have them signed. So there are hacks around getting them signed and making them work in the system. For Windows 7 and Windows 8, I think it's similar. Yeah, so this one requires UX theme patcher, which is the thing that everyone used for loading these themes. I think what it did is it loaded things into memory, from what I remember. I'm just gonna open up the tab here. So this is what that theme that was just linked to is. So you can get pretty creative with this. But yeah, this is not something that Windows specifically supports, but it's something that you can hack Windows to get. Well, anyway, back to Windows Classic themes. Right, we're looking for a good color for the gradients here, because I think I want something a little bit lighter. Actually, no, this one can work. Maybe this one can work. Well, that's too bright. Okay. I need something that's in between. I might have to create a color, or mix a couple of colors here. Actually, that might be okay. And then I just need a good light color for that. So we're going to take that, use that there. That one is okay too. I'm going to take this deep purple, use that for the background. Sure. Would be good for the app workspace, I think. Actually, hold on, because we have these blues here. We can use the blue. I'll use this blue for the background. I'm gonna swap this. I want to take this, put this under app workspace, because I think that's where that fits in the best. Then we take this blue. And then use that as a background. There we go. And we take these gold cues. Put them somewhere. Are there any grays? I think this can be gray. So that can be gray text. Earliest Windows I remember using was 95. Yeah, I think my earliest Windows, like properly using it, was Windows 95. I have played around with Windows 3 in a VM, so I experienced hot dog stand firsthand. But yeah, on an actual computer, I think Windows 95 was my my earliest one. For those who missed it earlier, I did mention that at some point, obviously it's going to have to be next year. At some point next year, I do want to do a stream where I upgrade. I start with MS-DOS and then upgrade from to every version of Windows up until Windows 10. Maybe Windows 11, depending on whether I can pull that off or not. But at least Windows 10 still has a 32-bit version, which means the only issue is upgrading from 16-bit to 32-bit. And that might be that might require a full reinstall, but everything else can be upgraded in place. Okay, what are we looking at here? Menu bar, info text. We're looking for something somewhat light colored for the info text. I think this could work. Yeah, this could work. We can use this this style here. Use that for the info window. And then the info text can use the same. Was that the button shadow? So I want to minimize the amount of colors that I use here. So if it looks close enough, then it's probably fine. I do have this deeper purple here that we could use. And I did say we would use the blues in the eyes, which I think are probably going to be the same as this one. Roughly. Looking at the hot tracking color. For the... Actually, no, we need deeper blues. We need deeper blues. We can get that from there. Because this is pretty saturated. This looks a lot like the normal hot tracking color. So that actually works out pretty well. We do have this kind of thing going on here. I feel like I should have some more blues somewhere. What if... A bit of a crazy idea. We're gonna try out the menu thing again. Why don't we take this? And put that there. Oh no, never mind. Thing needs to be a little bit darker than that. Maybe not so dark. We can take a white. Menu highlight is also... Did I misremember what this was? Is menu highlight actually the text color for the highlights? I gotta check that. Hold on. Where is my test theme? Menu highlights. Menu highlight is blue. 2550-255. So whatever this shows up as, it's going to be magenta. Test theme. Okay, no, so it doesn't show up. So we actually need this to be lighter if we want this to show up well, because that's the text. Okay, hold on. We need to see if menu text actually does something. So menu text, 2550. So this should be bright yellow. No, we'll make this cyan instead. Is that cyan? I can't tell. I think it is. Okay, so menu text like that. I think. Or we try again. Menu text. If we turn this into bright blue or bright green, we'll make it green. So if this is green, then that actually does work. Okay, yeah, that's a green. So then the preview isn't all that helpful in that case. Okay, so we can take maybe this blue for the highlights. The highlight text can be white. I'm not sure about the contrast there. It might have to be a darker blue instead, or like Yeah, it's either gonna have to be darker blue for the highlight or the text has to be dark. And we're gonna have this here. Another thing about the colors on your mono green shirt, blue hoodie do kind of remind me of the Windows XP Bliss background. Yeah, it's not intentional, I think, but it does kind of work like that. I think growing up, my main version of Windows was XP. So I had experience with Windows 95, but when I moved to Canada, then we got an XP computer. Actually, hold on. So it's not quite how that worked out. So I think we had Windows 95. And then my grandparents, we had Windows ME. So I did actually get to use Windows ME. We had Windows XP at home for the majority of my school years. And then in high school, we switched to Windows 7. Well, we used Linux for a little bit. OpenSUSE 10, 11, no 11, 11, 12. And then my dad got tired of that and switched over to Windows 7. Yeah, and then stuff afterwards. So I did use XP for a good long while, but I did switch my theme. I think I eventually switched my theme to Windows Classic. But I do remember using Luna and then trying out some of the other colors, so like the silver one, because I think the silver one was what a lot of the techies used. Okay, we have a couple of colors here that we haven't changed yet. Once again, button alternate face doesn't do anything, so that gets changed to be the same as button face. Inactive border, I think we can... Oh, actually... Is this another case where we use a border so that we can get like a proper gold? Like one of these. And gold trim. We can have active border be that. That could work. I feel like I'm using more of the active borders than most themes ever did. I don't know about this menu bar, but we'll see. Scroll bar. That one's gonna have to be another purple, probably. Or we can use this this here. No, that looks out of place. We can use this here. Actually, you know what? That color might work for the menu. I think that could work for the menu. I'm going to change it to that instead. And then, what else can we pick out of here? What are we missing? Window frame. I'm actually tempted to go for this one. Am I developing a Windows Classic style? Or like a certain style where, because I've been using similar things where I've been using the active border and the window frame, and stuff like that. Okay, this doesn't work. I don't think this works. The menu bar is not going to look like that. But we're gonna try this anyway. See what it looks like, and then we'll change things from there. Just copy this into here. You know what? This isn't actually as bad as I thought it would be. That doesn't look too... The blue against this doesn't work very well. I don't know if we can make this menu thing work. I don't know why I'm trying so hard to make this menu thing work. Is it an attempt to do something different? Maybe. I'm missing blues. I need more blues in here. So I have the dark shadow is this blue here. We can have maybe the... Do I have a lighter blue? Do I have a more vibrant blue? I think we used this somewhere though. No, like this is our more vibrant blue. Which we use with the hot tracking color, but also this is... Well, we can't use that for button highlights without it looking weird. Okay. So we're going to put what happens if I use the menu or the hot tracking color? No, that's not going to work. We're going to put menu back to button face. And menu text is going to be the same as button text. And scroll bar is a little bit too dark. Not, like I said, not like that's actually being used or anything. Scroll bar, we're going to change the button shadow. That should be fine. When gray text now needs to be changed because you can't see it against the menu. Which we're running out of options here because we can't use this because that's too close to button face. Or actually we can maybe use this, which is the same as button shadow. That could work. Selected, I think, has to be a little bit darker. So selected, if we take that as the hot tracking color. A little bit more blue there. Maybe. All right, we're gonna see how this looks. Yeah, so far not. I mean, there's a big difference because the menu now looks normal. I'm still feeling a lack of blues, but I think it all depends on how you select things, so that should be fine. I'm not sure about this window frame, though. The highlight blue is okay. Yeah, the window frame I don't think works. That needs to be different. I don't think it can be gold. So the window frame, we can take the darkest color that we have. Oh, that's not black. Maybe this we can is where we can get our blues from. Oh, but it can't be the same as the background. Because that gets used as part of the checkboxes here. So we can't have that blend in. I mean, we can. You can still see the checkbox, so it would be fine. You know what, let's give this a shot anyway. See what we get. Or, you know, I can make the window frame a blue instead. Could work. Yeah, that doesn't look great. It looks fine here, but if you do that, I mean, I guess it's okay. This doesn't look. No, I don't think this works. I think this needs to be a. I think this needs to be a black. Or black type. So that's storing there. Alright, so if we do it that way instead. Okay, this is a little bit more neutral. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I mean, black is pretty much your default, so this is guaranteed to work out well. Okay, so we're gonna try out the blue frame instead, because I do feel like we need a little bit more blue. So did I take this blue here? I'm gonna take the hot tracking color. Active border. I do not like that. Alright, we're not doing that. I think the yellow is probably fine. Because alternatively, we just don't have that, and we have this. Which could... I mean, yes, it works because it's how themes generally are. How do I feel about that? I think having a thin, having a thin border like that does work. Okay, you know what? I think this one's okay. I did say I would try to make a second one, because I think that could look good too. In terms of this, yeah, this color's okay. If you full screen it, that's fine. Lacking in blues, but eh. The blues show up when you select things, so it works out. I think this is okay. All right. So close all those, and then open it up. And here we have Axion Purple. We don't want this Magpie, actually. We want this, we want that one. But yeah, Axion Purple. We're going to try to make it black one now. Which, I don't know if I want to start from here. I want to start from scratch. Because we're going to take this color as a base. I may want to consider putting that in button base. So this is going to be the dark theme. So dark shadow we're going to make from this. So dark shadow. Dark shadow actually can stay blue, maybe. Button shadow is going to be this. It might be interesting to do that. Button lights, we have some lighter grays around here. We're going to do that. And some really light ones over here. So we're going to sample this. So I think this might be a little bit lighter. So we'll take that. And then the text, I'm going to take a white from the eyes. Or maybe we can make it actual white. We might be able to make it actual white. I forgot about this, actually. Or we can maybe work with that. Window text. No, button text. Actually, no, this one works pretty well. Because we don't want it to be full white. Otherwise it's too bright. So that actually works out. Window text is going to have to be the same, which means our background here has to be dark as well. And we're going to have to pull that from somewhere. Here, maybe. However dark we can get. I mean, this can also just be pure black. But that works out. And this is maybe where we can get the menu to be to be not the same as the regular button face. All right, we're gonna take from the background. I think we're gonna take this blue-ish somewhere. Alright. The hot tracking color can be the same. Actually, a lot of these can probably be the same. I'm going to try making the active border a blue instead. No, that doesn't work. What if we turn the title into blue? So we're going to try to find two tones of blue, which I think this lends pretty well. And then that blue there. There we go. Now we have more blues. Now I'm seeing a lack of yellows. Why don't we use this instead of the whites? What was the other one that we used? It was oh yeah, it was the inactive color. That's what it was. The inactive color for this one. I'm gonna pull that up again. Inactive title. Gradient inactive title. 179, 166, 198. No, I want gradient active title. 225, 210, 172. That I think we pulled from over here somewhere, but I want to make sure the colors are actually the same. Just noticed BGM very fitting for this kind of stream. Yes, indeed. This is I'm gonna pull up MuseScore again. I got the idea to do this like 2 hours before the stream and scrambled to get something written up, because this is a legally distinct version of the Windows welcome music. Okay, no, I think that's I don't think that works. So it's gonna have to be that. Is this it? Is that all we need to do here? Because the purples still work, right? We still want the purples. I just now we have more blues in places. This one is going to be a little bit iffy, but we'll see how that looks at how that works. Let's move it actually on dark. Copy that into the VM. That looks great. Thanks for all the creativity you put into this one. It's super cool. Yeah, thanks for submitting the idea. Aha! Except your hot tracking color is too dark. Okay. We need to fix that. But I do like this. So we can take the gradient active title, and this might be enough for it to be bright enough. We're going to personalize, go to window color, just test things out so we don't have to do the whole import thing again. Hyperlink. Usually on a dark background, you want the link color to be a little bit brighter and less saturated. 104, 93, 218. But this might not be bright enough. Yeah, it needs to be a little bit brighter. All right, can we pull a bright blue from somewhere here? Or are we gonna have to manufacture one? I think we might have to manufacture one. We can actually no, this one might work. I think this color here might work. Which, did we use that for anything else before? No, we don't have anything that bright. But that should be plenty bright for what we need. $160, 147, 254. Okay, I'm starting to question the whole menu item thing. Okay, I think that's... It could be a little bit brighter, but I think that might be bright enough. I could turn it into a purple, too. Look at notepads. Like, this purple's not too bad. Like, that purple's not too bad. I think this works. It's just, it might be a little bit... It's a little bit iffy on the start menu. Window frame needs to change, actually. So that one can be the yellow that we had before. Especially now that window text is also the yellow. And what else do we have? I'm split about this menu thing. Do we keep this, or do we okay, I'm also going to show what it would look like if it were not that. So menu, if instead we have it as the same as this color here, and then the text would be the same as the window text. Now it's 251, 249, 160. $251, $249, $160. I think it's close enough. That's what this would look like. I think it looks a little bit more boring, but it does work. It at least works better with the start menu. I'll give it that. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Do we keep the traditional one, or do we keep the retro one? Retro one being the different menu color. Yeah, because I like the purple menu items, and then it's just the start menu. But you're going to be interacting with the start menu a lot, right? Hold on, I'm going to temporarily save this one. Save theme, say on dark traditional menus, just so we have that for later. Then we can come back to this one. I mean, we could just make it into separate separate variants too, because we did do that for some of the other themes. Like I said, I don't know why I'm trying so hard to make these different menu colors work, but it is. They are kind of nice. Okay, we have this, which I think this one's a little bit too bright for that. So app workspace needs to change to something else. A gray, a blue. This color? Yeah, I think that's probably how that one's gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead and download this one. No, I think the hot tracking color does need to be brighter. So we're gonna have to manufacture a color from that one. I think this color works out well. Well enough anyway. Oh, maybe that blends in too much. Because that's pretty close to the active title color. So it's just slightly darker. But it could be that it's just different enough. Actually, no, we need to make that just a little bit more, maybe a little bit darker, slightly. Let me have 38.382. I have something down here. There we go. Well, it can't be as dark as the background, though. We can't have that. Maybe this much. Yeah, that's a good in between, I think. So we can take that. Application background. I need to make sure we're pulling up the right one. Application background. 48, 47, 109. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe that is okay. It's just slightly dark. It's not the exact same as this. I think I can tell that there's a slight difference in the two. And I think it's just enough that it works. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna make this, and then we're gonna have and we're gonna have the other one as well. So we're gonna save this one as, or this version as with light menus, and then we'll have one with the dark menus. So the button face here. Window text. Menu highlight can still be the same. Not that it changes anything anyway. Hot tracking color, I think I said needs to be brighter. Which means I'm going to need to change that in the other one too. Okay, where can we get a brighter blue? Right there. Like this. That's brighter. Alright, we're going to test this out here first. The hyperlink, that's going to be this one. That is this here. Do other 206, 197, and 255. 72 down for a bit below. This is something. Yeah, dark themes with vibrant blues are pretty nice. Yeah, that works. That works well. We're gonna use that one. Okay, so this is with the dark menus. And then we're gonna load that one in, just make sure that works. Copy in here. And I'm also going to edit the other one, because we only changed the one color, so it should be fine. The dark menus, and then we took the hot tracking color. I know you can't see this, don't worry about it. And we changed it to that, okay. And dark menus and light menus. This one. Okay. Load in properly and they're all good. So dark menus, what we have here. The start menu is like this. That's what you all expect here. And then we have notepads. That, this here. And then our MDI window looking like this. And then we have this over here, which, yeah, that works out. And our window frame, like so. And then window frame down here, that works out too. So, and then we'll have the light menus, which I think work out fine for the most parts. Like we have this, that's fine. It's only the start menu that's a little bit iffy. And that's why we're gonna make this a variant. Because the start menu might be make or break. But everything else about it is more or less the same. But yes, okay, so we can close all these. And that one I think can stay up. And by the way, we have reached the end of the suggestions, so if you have anything you want to suggest to make into a theme, now is your chance before we end. So this is Axion Dark with light menus. The other one, Axion Dark with light menus. Oh, by the way, Windows thing. Most people will close Windows using the X button over here. Traditionally, prior to Windows 95, you would actually double-click the button over here, the icon, and that's what I do. I don't know how I picked that up, but I find it better, more satisfying or something to do it that way rather than to click the X button. I don't know why. But it is a thing that I think still works even in Windows 11. And it definitely works in Windows 10. I would expect it to work in Windows 11. Personalization. And then here we have Axion Dark with dark menus. Yeah, we have made some pretty nice themes today. Okay, I see nothing else from the theme request, so I think we might end that off there today. I hope you all liked the themes that we made today. I will be making them available for downloads sometime after the stream. Just got to get around to making all these screenshots and whatnot. Actually, speaking of screenshots, I was supposed to change up the taskbar to look more Windows Classic-y, so we're going to do that now. So taskbar on the bottom, combine when full or never combine. Thanks again for putting these themes together. These are so cool. Yeah. And yeah, for you, thanks for submitting the ideas. Because I would have had to, if nobody did, I would have had to reach out for other things. But if you like these, if you all like the stream idea, I can do more because I do have a lot of other ideas to do. Like I can turn other VTubers into more themes. Would be fun. And then use small icons here. And this is why I don't like pinning taskbar items, because then you end up with this. So what I do is you can make a toolbar and set it to, what was it, app data, Microsoft, Windows, no, Internet Explorer, quick launch. And then You want, hold on, I need you to be able to see this. We're gonna do that. So now there's this toolbar over here, and they can change this this toolbar. I'm gonna unlock the taskbar here. This change the properties, or don't change properties. This is gonna be don't show text, don't show title. So now you end up with this. Move this all the way to the end. It takes a little bit sometimes. There we go. And then you can double click this and double click it again to get that. And now we can unpin the icons from the taskbar here. And unpin that. Windows Explorer. And drag more you can drag more stuff into here too. So that's the way I like to have these. What else do we have? So I'm probably going to take a shot with those ones in there. Is there anything else? I think in terms of themes, this is probably good. Like I said, I'm going to be making these all available for download, including the themes from themes that I have. So the Penbu theme, the cat theme as well. To go through them all again, I think I'm going to clear the... We're going to go through them all through here instead. So in alphabetical order here, we have Awaria, which looks like this. And then we have Axion Dark and Light, which we just went over. We have the regular Axion theme, which looks like that. I need component services. There we go. I think this is a good indication of what the other ones are. And then we have bisexual lighting. And then we have a bucket theme, which is for the bucket down here. We have glass. And then we have I gotta make sure we do this one here. Kets, which is something that showed off on debut. And then we have No Kings. Based on Bioshock. And then we have Ocean Man Pink. And then Ocean Man Blue. There's a very a subtle color, or maybe not subtle color swap, but a very simple color swap. And then the Penbu theme, which you see on stream right now. Roaring Reds. It is based on Deltarune. I swear this was different. Okay, whatever. And then Roaring Not Reds. Where I think the only thing we changed was the window frame. And then that's it. Let's switch back to the Penbu theme here. Alright. I realized I think I forgot to... Okay, I'm gonna do this quickly. Tomorrow we are going to be doing our annual Christmas Automaton stream. I say annual, but we didn't actually do one last year. We did a melodica karaoke instead. But this year we are going to be doing Christmas karaoke with the automaton. They should be all new songs, I think, for the automaton. There may be a couple of repeats from the previous year, but I don't think I've played these ones on the automaton yet. So watch out for that. It's going to be at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time as usual. And if you've never been to one of these automaton streams, I would say they're pretty unique. You're in for a bit of a treat. Okay. Is there anything else? Yes, Discord. I should probably make a checklist or something about all these things I have to cover at the end of the stream. If you'd like to join the Discord, we do have a channel for, well, I guess in this case, music making. We don't have a channel specifically for Windows stuff. I guess I can go into general, or depending on the context, the Linux channel. But yeah, Windows themes are nice. Windows Classic themes particularly are nice. What else? Swore there was something else. Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, for any of you new here, my name is Penbu, the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making vtuber on Linux. Today we're making Windows Classic themes. Once again, sometime after the stream. Probably won't be right away. Definitely will be before tomorrow. Before stream tomorrow. I will be making these available for download, so just watch out for that. I'll be posting that in the Discord and also on social media. With that, I think that's it. Thank you for everyone who submitted something. We made some really good themes here, I think. Twitch, stick around. We're gonna find somebody to raid. YouTube, if the person that I find is dual streaming, I will send you there as well. Otherwise, we'll just end. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you for coming. Again, thank you for the 200 followers on Twitch and subscribers on YouTube. Here's to another 200. All right, bye. Yeah, it's kind of hard to find somebody here. And it's late enough that I don't know. Like, what do we raid into? Also, because this was I only made this music 2 hours into before the stream. I feel like the ending could have been a bit more upbeat. You know, have the drums and add another layer on top. But I couldn't fit that in because I think I was working on this and making a loop and all that up until 15 minutes before the stream, which is why I was a little bit late. But okay, I gotta find something to raid here. Or I could just not raid, that's an option too. I'd rather raid out if we can, though. Okay, well, Twitch has a raid browser. We can check that out. Raid browser, see who we have here. I find it a little bit hit or miss. But sometimes it gives good results. Usually with these kinds of things, I might actually, you know what? One moment. I think I might have someone. Maybe. Possibly. I have a couple options. One moment. I'm gonna go check him out. It's funny how this works. First I find nobody, and then I find a bunch of people. Oh man, okay. Alright. I think I'm just gonna decide on one. Is she ending? Is she actually ending this? Man. All right, no, I'm gonna switch people because I think the other person is ending. Raid. Yeah, Raid is somebody doing music. YouTube. I don't think she's streaming on YouTube, so we're just gonna call it there. For you, thank you for coming, and I'll see you next time. Hope to see you at the Automaton stream tomorrow. But for those of you on Twitch, we're going to pay a visit to Starheart VR. We've raided her a few times. She's working on making music of some sort. Tends to be a thing that she does. Okay, this is the raid message. If you'd like to participate, you can go ahead and copy that, paste it in when we get there. Yeah. We'll do that. Alright, chat, bye.